I don't think anybody has joined yet, but we're gonna go ahead and get started for people who are watching this after the stream, watching it video on demand. Uh, Today we are going to continue with the Crowbar, but we finished the model yesterday, so now we're going to do the animations. That is the obvious next step for me. This is actually the first weapon I'm making. I actually well, that's not totally true. I was working on some weapon mods earlier, but I never finished them. So I haven't fully completed a original weapon mod yet that wasn't that tactical battle rifle. Um so the next step, I think, is going to be animations. So we are going to do animations today. So let's just get started. So as I was watching last night's stream, I noticed I still had my nightlight filter on Windows 10, which for streaming purposes didn't really look that good, so I turned it off for this stream to make colors look a bit more true to what they actually look like. Um, and today, uh, earlier today, I was having trouble getting the Blender asset toolset to work with importing animations correctly, but General 101 helped out and got us a good fix for it quick as always, so thank you to General 101. I have here the an imported animation. This is the idle animation for the assault bomb. So I guess we can start with an idle animation. I'm going to keep this open. I'm going to open uh our project from last night. Let's see, I think it was this one. Yeah. Okay, so I might redo this for a couple reasons. Actually, mainly for one reason. Um, so we have the base root node here that the arms are attached to, but we also have a bone here, which is the camera control. And when we import the JMS by itself, I don't believe that we get that camera control bone. I don't know how important it is to have that camera control bone, but what that camera control bone will allow us to do is shake the camera. For example, when we swing the crowbar, we can apply some transforms to this camera node, camera control bone, to make the camera shake. I don't know how well that's going to work if we end up if the camera control bone ends up breaking our animations when we import. It should be as simple as just deleting the bone and then exporting it out again. Cause I it's it is a child of the base node, and there's no children of the camera control, so there's that. So I think we're just going to remake this. Not the model, of course, but just set this back up again. But the way we're going to do that is we're going to import an animation. In fact, we can probably just do it here with this. So what I can do is I can delete all these keyframes, which the animation is still playing. Oh, that's because I get it. Okay. I think. Yeah. Okay. So now we don't have an animation anymore, which is what we want. But when we go, oh, wait a minute. Pose mode. We only deleted keyframes for that node, so we delete all the other keyframes. Now the animation is gone and we can start clearing the transforms like that. We can exit out of this. So like I said, the reason why we're doing this is so we maintain that camera control bone. If we were to import the JMS of the arms, we wouldn't get that control bone for some reason. It just doesn't carry over with the JMS file. I don't know if it's something that is unique to JMA or what, but that way we do have the bone control node. So now we need to import the JMS of, wait a minute. We actually have, we still probably have the bone of the assault bomb in here, now that I think about it. And I'm going to make a wild guess and say that it's somewhere right here. I could probably search for it here in the outliner. I'm not gonna type it in because I have no idea what it's called. So it will be a parent, or it'll be a child of the right hand if it's still there. Yeah, skull. So we can delete this bone. Delete that bone, and so we're good on that. So now we can actually import our crowbar. So we'll import the JMS of our crowbar. And we will join the two armatures together like we did last night. And okay. For some reason, the mesh of the crowbar became a child of armature, which is something that didn't happen last night. I don't know what exactly I did differently there. But we want to go back into edit mode because we want to make the crowbar a child of the right hand. I'm going to focus on making this just a single-handed weapon, and then maybe later we'll make this a dual weapon. I'm just going to focus on making it a single-handed weapon for now. I'll have to look and see how those animations are structured. Well, wait a minute. The mesh is... I think we got a reparent. armature deformed, so okay. We got some just absolutely annoying stuff happening right here. Crowbar, I want to select that bone, thank you. And let's move it into the appropriate location. And rotate it by 180. The next step we want to do is we want to get a camera and attach it to the camera control bone just so we can get an idea of what the camera angle looks like. And we'll probably want to set the field of view to 70. I don't know if that's what the field of view is for the view models, but it'll probably be fine. It'll probably be close enough. So if we look, that's kind of what our view looks like. Our shoulders are up to our ears. But we still need to make this a child. Of the camera control. Now it's off-centered, which is, I knew that would happen. However, how do we... Instead of making it a child, actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do object constraint, and I'm going to probably copy... Let's try child of... armature... No, that's going to be the same thing. Let's just do copy transforms bone camera control. And now we have this option, which is what I was looking for, which gives us the ability to set it at the head or the tail of the bone, and we want it set at the head. But now we kind of got to fix the transforms. After original? Yeah, that's what we want, I think. Let's go into pose mode and let's see what happens when we... No, still not quite working the way I want it to work. Maybe it has to be in local space. No. I'm gonna make it a child. Because I think I could probably just move it back to the head manually. Well, there it didn't move. Okay, that's that's what we want. That's what we want to do. So we're all set in that regard. And one thing that might be good to do here is do another 3D viewport and have this set to the view of the camera. So we don't have to keep bouncing back and forth. So now I'm going to overwrite this. Now we're pretty darn good to go. Okay, now one challenge of this is going to be we want to pose the right arm in a way that looks natural but isn't occluding the important part of the screen, which is of course the center. So let's just go ahead and start posing this. Let's get a little bit closer and we can rotate it on the Y a little bit to follow the contour of the hand. Bring it out a little bit. Probably be rotated a little bit like this. And let's change this so we can see our bones in front of our model here. And now we can start, gonna do this in local, get the gizmo out so we can really see what we're doing here. Really start flexing those halo muscles. Those John Halo finger muscles. That is the wrong bone. Needs to be this bone. I wonder, can we... Yeah. Let's do that. Now we can really see it well. It's also probably a good idea to not let the fingers clip into the hand. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. Now we definitely want to move the base down. But we want to keep the camera control up at the selected. To be real, we probably shouldn't mess with this base bone a whole lot. That may just cause problems later, especially with the bone, the control bone. But we also want to be able to see the crowbar in the camera. Ideally, we want to get the hand and the top of the crowbar in the camera. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that very well. You know, I kind of like that angle a bit better because then we can see the hook. And another thing I don't want to get caught up with too much is that we really don't need the location of the shoulders to necessarily be anatomically correct. We just need it to look well and good in the viewport here. That's going to be the more important thing. Let's do the other arm. It might be a good idea to use the energy sword as a reference pose, like the idol. Still don't like how that's kind of out of the bounds of the camera, the hook there. Um, I don't want to get it, like, too far away. That looks good. I like that there. I feel like we could still maybe... Let's focus on the left hand here and let's see. Let's get it into a good pose. That looks so much like Half-Life. That really does. That really does. It's almost comical. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to get another instance here of Blender and take a look at the energy sword pose. The energy sword is more curved inward towards the center, so the way we have it now is that it's kind of flowing outward from the center. I'm pretty sure the energy sword kind of curves inward towards the center, so maybe we should really kind of go with that route. Because I think it may look good right here, but the angle just kind of seems a little too unnatural. I don't know, we'll see. Um, going to go ahead and just get this going here. Get the arms. And then get the energy blade is what it is. And then we're going to want to import first person idle. And can delete that armature. Yeah, let's get the energy sword model in there as well. We can delete all these nodes so they're not in our way. And let's import the energy blade. And delete that armature. Delete all of this nonsense. No. Wait a second. um Weird. It doesn't have the underscore. That's why it didn't snap into place correctly. So that's an easy fix. We can just rename the vertex groups at that underscore. Now we have that. And let's add in our camera. And let's set it to 70. So yeah, the energy sword is curving in here towards the center. This will be good to use as a reference pose. Let's bring the right hand in a bit closer. Let's maybe... And we really need to fix this flat finger situation going on. Fingers do not look good. I think the first pose is always kind of the one that takes the longest, but once we get this first pose done, the rest of it's going to be pretty easy. Going to be going on pretty quick. Animation is always a long process, and I'm not a professional animator either. Our fingers might be curving in a little too much. That's good. That's a lot better. You know what, though? The hand is really spread. The fingers are spread a bit more apart on the energy sword, giving it a little bit more character, so we'll do that. And let's perhaps bring the arm in a little bit. We don't want the arms or the gun to really block too much of the screen. It's always a good rule of thumb that when you're making view model animations like this, you always keep this center part clear. So when you're reloading, the character moves the gun up to this location on the screen, drops it back down to about here. I think I'll save it right here. We're pretty much done with the left arm. We might need to experiment with a couple of poses with the right arm. And the thing is that I really want to get that, be able to see the hook of the crowbar. That is a far more natural angle than what we had before. The hook is less prominent, but it looks a lot more natural. You know what? Right there looks pretty good. Because we actually do get that hook in. We need to fix this thumb, though. The thumb looks kind of dead. Might need to fix some of the fingers as well. That looks good. I like how this is looking. So we'll save. Let's take a look at the idle animation for the energy sword. So we just got a little bit of swaying. This animation is 90 I'm guessing 99 keyframes long. That's what it's looking like. The good thing is that when we make this idle animation, we won't have to do much work on this hand. For this hand, we're going to need to like mess with the fingers a little bit to make it look decent. Let's make sure it's saved, and now what we're going to do is we're going to actually start animating. I want to take a look here at the naming conventions of the animations, because the naming of the animations is really important. The animations have to have certain names for it to import correctly, from my understanding. So let's just take a look at let's take a look at the assault bomb anims. So we have first underscore person idle.jmm. That's the one we're gonna start with. So throw equipment, ready, put away, posing, moving, melee, strike, and idle. Okay. So we're going to do first underscore person idle first. So let's save this as first person idle. Let's select all of our bones. Let's go to the first keyframe and let's do location, rotation, and scale. Let's go to the last frame and let's do the same thing. So we start on the exact same pose. Now let's go about 50 and we can move this arm a little bit. We don't want to make it like too insane. We want it to be very gentle in how it moves. That's already looking pretty good. Let's... What keyframe was that on? That was on keyframe 50. Let's do the same thing, but with the elbow a little bit. Let's just move the elbow a little bit. It's looking a little too robotic. Maybe we can... Let's drop this keyframe. That honestly might be all we need. Let's move this. Let's move all of these keyframes to 100. Well, yeah, because after we finish this animation, what we're going to do is that we're going to delete this final keyframe on 100, so the animation loops perfectly. Let's add just a little tiny bit of variation. That's looking pretty good. I think we can probably focus on the other arm now, which is going to be the top one. One thing I'm kind of noticing here, which is something I probably really need to keep in mind, is that there's circular motion, which is something in animation that's well known, where you kind of want to move things in a circular fashion where I don't know if I can explain it well enough here. I think I got a general idea of what I want to do for this arm. Let's go to about these keyframes do not have to be perfect. If they were perfect, then our motions would look very robotic, so it really kind of doesn't matter where we put these keyframes. Let's just see how this looks. That motion's a little too much. Okay. Let's move the elbow ever so slightly. See, all of these little actions will really add up here, so we want to make these very minimal. Now I'm going to... The most action we're going to see is going to be in the hand. So I'll move it ever so slightly. I really like that. Except I'm not liking how everything just kind of stops. I think we're moving the wrist a little too much when we're coming back. Let's just work on the fingers for now. Let's do this. Oops. Um, close the fingers ever so slightly. Let's kind of separate these keyframes to make things less robotic. I think let's move this keyframe about right there. Awooga indeed. I don't know how long ago that message was sent. The chat window in OBS is not working for me, apparently. I moved back to YouTube Studio and now I can see that comment. I don't think the player is going to see the ring finger or the pinky finger, so we really don't have to mess with that. What is this bone? Oh. Okay, never mind. I think we just have a little too much motion on this arm. I think that's kind of why it looks like it's stopping. A little bit. Let's kind of make this a little bit more subtle here. Oh, that looks so much better. They're still stopping, it looks like. I don't know if that's an issue with the interpolation or what. I can't imagine that it is. What if we set the end to... No, that's not really gonna fix it. You know what? It's fine. It's honestly, it's fine. Uh, so I think we're going to save it like this, but what we need to do now is we need to, we kind of need to bake the keyframes because I don't know if the Halo 3 game engine is going to do the same interpolation that Blender is doing. So what we are going to do is we are going to bake all the keyframes. So we're going to need the dope sheet for that, I believe. And um sample keyframes. That's going to give us what we want. And now we can delete that keyframe. So now our animation is actually 99 keyframes long. We just needed that last one for the end point. Okay, so we can export this, I guess. Wonder if we need to do anything in this window. We probably want to, I imagine we want to change this to our crowbar, JMS. I don't know if that's just for import. Oh yeah, it says import. Okay, never mind. And this is going to be a JMM, I guess. I really don't know what the difference is, but the first person idle is a JMM. So we can, I guess we can export this now. It's going to be a JMM, Halo 3 MCC. It's going to be first underscore person idle. And let's just export animation. And if something happens to not be working, we can always come back in and fix something because we're going to save each one of these individually. So let's go back and let's open Crowbar base. Don't save. I clicked don't save, so we're back to the point in that file before we added the in-between frames. Before we baked the frames, that is. So the next one we're going to do, I guess, we're going to do Melee Strike 1. That's probably a good starting point. I may want to reference both the Energy Sword Melee Strike and the Assault Bomb Melee Strike. Let's open up Gorilla and see. One thing we can look at is see how many keyframes are in these animations without actually going through and having to open them up. First person idle. So for the first person idle, it was 99 frames. Let's look at Melee Strike. Melee strike is 34. So now let's take a look at the energy sword. That's going to be 24 keyframes. So that's interesting. The energy sword animation is actually faster, which I wasn't expecting. So I'm going to want to look at these animations. I am going to want to look at them. So let's get a new file here. I'll just reference the energy sword animation. Get all of this. I probably should have done this before I started streaming, kind of making different blend files for all these different animations. I'll work on that tomorrow, so I don't have to keep importing. It's kind of a process. Energy sword. Why is the energy sword all the way down there? Oh, because it's sword by date modified. Whatever. Oops. I had a really big brain fart there. So that's all set up. We can actually import this JMA now. Let's look at melee strike. So there's melee dash. The question is that do we want to do dash and launch for our crowbar? I don't think so. Kind of want to make it closer to the assault bomb than I do the energy sword, to be honest. That might be opening up a whole can of worms. Let's get rid of this camera too. Import JMS this time. Need to fix the prefixes. Almost always forget to do that. This is going to be a much shorter animation. I'm going to add back in a camera so we can look and see how much the camera shakes. If at all. It does shake just a little bit there. Another thing we need to do is we need to add in a reference object so we can actually see it shake. Let's add in Suzanne, the monkey. Let's do that. That's a pretty substantial shake. More so than I was expecting. So that is about as fast as I want our crowbar attack to be. I was expecting the energy sword. However, that's melee strike. That's different than lunge, I guess, but um that is about as fast as I want the melee strike to be. Let me take a look at Gorilla again. Um hmm I still want to look at um how the energy sword is set up here. So the energy sword, I can't imagine fires a projectile. Maybe it does, but I wouldn't think so. Um, I'm gonna look at a rifle, just any rifle, just as a reference. It'd be really nice to be able to search for what I'm looking for. Um, there's magazines. That's not necessarily what I'm looking for. Barrels is what I'm looking for, I believe. Because that's going to have the projectile. Or it should. Where's the reference to the projectile? Here it is. So the energy blade doesn't have barrels. This is under, we have first person offs, which I'm guessing is short for offset, which would be under the barrel. So it doesn't fire a projectile, which is what I wanted to know. Um, I'm wondering what the difference is. Kind of getting a little bit off track here, but I'm wondering what the difference is with the AI scariness. Because I would imagine it would be pretty low for the assault rifle. And where is that going to be? Yeah, AI scariness 4, AI scariness 16. The crowbar is going to be pretty low on the scariness meter, to be honest. So here's the big question I have. Since this is a melee weapon, I want the player to be able to press the fire button and it override kind of as a melee attack. Is that something that I can do? Is that something that's easy to do or not? Because what I'm seeing here is that the energy sword is significantly different because it has all of these lunges and stuff. Let's take a look at the gravity hammer. So the gravity hammer also has lunge. So we might want to do lunge. That might be the that could very well be the fire, the fire button instead of the melee button. Like these may be melee buttons and then the lunge is the actual fire button. Um see what animations the gravity hammer has. So yeah, done looking at the weapon tags. Let's look at the animation graph tags. So they have lunge, lunge airborne, lunge aimed. What about okay, lunge, lunge airborne. Okay. So I think I think we're going to do the lunge next. Let's keep Gorilla open just in case. Um let's see. What this was Melee Strike 1, wasn't it? Let's just save this back here as so we don't have to import everything again. Let's say this as Melee Strike 1, I guess. Um Now let's take a look at the lunge animation. Import JMA. Check the flags for the flag and the bomb. What do you mean by flags? The things that say launch and dash. Would I guess I'm guessing that would be under the weapon tag. Oh, yeah. Well, so the flag, the multiplayer stuff, that doesn't have the lunge and stuff. The From what I remember, I don't play a whole lot of multiplayer. From what I remember, when you if you press fire with the flag and the bomb, it doesn't really do anything. There's nothing mapped, so um I think you can only press the melee button to attack, from my understanding. So what I'm guessing here, if I'm understanding you correctly, what I'm guessing is that the lunge melee is treated the same as if you were to fire, if you press the fire button, then it would reference the lunge melee instead of the this first hit melee and second hit melee damage. That's what I'm guessing. I could be wrong about that, but that makes sense to me. Let's look at the animation graph for the flag. So for the flag, it's also missing the lunge animations. There's only melee strike. Yeah, yeah, you drop the multiplayer flag when you press shoot. Yeah. So so for the crowbar, I want to be able to press the fire button and it swing just like the energy sword. So um I think we're going to need to do the lunge animation. This is going to be like a whole trial and error process, I think. Which is fine. It would just be nice if I mean, I give it to 343 for even releasing the tools in the first place. So I can't really fault them for anything, but it would have been nice to have some sort of documentation, but who knows how much they knew too. Like they weren't the ones that made the tools. So yeah. I mean, they did port the suppressed SMG and the automag and stuff, but that I imagine those were pretty simple ports. What was I doing here? I was doing melee lunge. So the melee lunge is about twice as not twice, but maybe 1.5 times as long as the regular melee strike, which honestly gives a lot of variation, a lot of different uses for the energy sword. Huh, I actually didn't know that about the Combat Evolved editing kit. I thought it was all just because the Combat Evolved editing kit has been out for like what 15, 16 years. So I imagine that a lot of the knowledge from the CE editing kit was just trial and error as well. But yeah, that's interesting. Didn't know that. Is it known if Gearbox did that, or was it Bungie that kind of came out with that documentation? That would be interesting to know. Let's parent this camera to bone control, or camera control, I mean, again. Um, child of armature camera control. We should have set the prefix first. And let's get some arms. Um, put some arms on these, put some meat on these bones. Okay, now why did that, maybe it's because I set the node prefix. Okay, now I know to do that in the future, to do the node prefix first, before I import the arms. Yeah, I would think it would have been Gearbox as well. They seem to have had a pretty good understanding of the tools since they made maps and of course ported it to PC. It wasn't a flawless port by any means, but um their work was still impressive, I would say. So the lunge animation that I want to do with the crowbar is going to be shorter than the energy sword. That's one thing I want to set, um kind of make the energy sword or the crowbar different from the energy sword, is that I want the crowbar to be faster at swinging. I just like looking at this animation. I know I'm looking at this kind of a lot, but I just like the look of this animation. So with the crowbar, I think we're going to swing down. Going to swing downward with the crowbar. I'm also kind of getting a feel of, so by the time you get to about the ninth frame, the swing is already completed, but the arm just kind of hangs there a little bit for another 9 frames, and then it pulls back down. I wonder if the game engine interpolates, because when we start on keyframe 1, it's the arm is already up here. Or if it just jumps up there and we kind of don't notice it. The other thing with the camera is that the camera shifts. So it's right here. It's kind of looking toward the right. And then at the end of the swing, it's on the left side, and then it recenters. So we'll keep that in mind as well. So let's save this as let's take a look at the energy sword. It's gonna be melee lunge, first person melee lunge, first person melee lunge. And let's go to, how long are we going to want this animation to be? Let's look at, let's see how long the animations are here. So the lunge is 35. What about the lunge airborne? Also 35. Lunge unnamed, 39. Okay, so there isn't a difference between regular lunge and airborne. So, I think for the animation, the strike speed is going to be about the same, but we're going to return to the idle pose a lot faster, is what I'm kind of thinking of. We may want to strike, you know what? I'm going to save this as lunge. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of look at all of these animations to get an idea of the differences. JMS, oh my gosh. Sorry. JMA, FP arms, and then energy blade. I wish I had time to have made all these blend files before I started streaming, because it would have made things go a lot faster. But that is something I will work on tomorrow. So we did lunge. We want to do airborne now. So I think the airborne one is when it swipes the sword from left to right, I believe. Let's look. Let's see if my theory is correct. Yep. So again, the by frame 9, the swing has ended. It lingers on for however many frames and then it comes back to idle. Just like the other one. Um Child of. Let's do this all over again. Armature. This is gonna be B camera control. And let's drop a Suzanne in. Man, I just love these animations. Okay. I'll save this as lunge airborne. So let's think. So we want to do a different one for lunge and lunge airborne. So where are we going to want our crowbar to strike? Do we want to swing it? How do we want to swing it? We can also think about swinging it differently for the melee strikes as well. Hmm. I'm thinking of it might make the most sense to swing from the right corner down. How did that first one look? Okay, so it was from kind of the bottom right to center left. So I think what we're going to do is do top right to maybe down here. So let's start this. Let's start this thing. Let's add in a Suzanne to um our own animation file here. So I think I'm kind of using my own body as a reference here. What I'm thinking of is starting the left hand off in a fist. And having like this way up here. And then it just swing down in full force. The question is that do I want to do a fist or do I not want to do a fist? I don't know if the fist will be necessary, to be honest. Maybe it will. We'll do the camera like right here as well. Maybe I'll spread the fingers out instead. Maybe I'll... How's it going? It's going pretty well. I don't feel the best physically, but I'm just pushing through it. Where's our keyframe? Why is a keyframe not there? I'm confused as to why we don't have a keyframe showing up in the dope sheet or the timeline. Oh, it's because I need to scroll up. That's weird. Me too. I hope I feel better as well. So about frame 9 is where we're going to swing it down. And it's going to swing down hard. And we gotta put the wrist in it too. Yeah, the monkey is for reference for the camera shake. Um, I'll show you here. Here's an example. So this is one of the original animations. The monkey's there just to when there's a couple of frames where with certain animations where the arms are out of frame and we can't really see the camera shake or the camera movement without some sort of point of reference. So I just put I put the Blender mascot there. That looks that needs to be faster. We need to move this keyframe a little bit farther, I think. And we also need to move our camera down. Oh, gosh, you know what I didn't do? Oh. I totally forgot that we needed to do a final frame. Let me just undo a bunch of this stuff. It's okay. We didn't lose that much progress at all. Okay. So let's our animation is not going to be 60 frames long, but let's just put a keyframe out here and we can move it later. So now let's fix our pose. Um, okay. We got our first pose and we got our final pose. Except I'm gonna move this left arm a little bit again. The monkey's name is Suzanne, by the way. Some people, especially people who aren't really that familiar with Blender, don't know that. I don't know. I don't know if it's named after somebody or not. I just remember a long time ago, back during, I don't even know, this had to have been 12, 13 years ago when I first tried to learn Blender. I got Blender for Dummies, and it said in the book that the monkey's name is Suzanne. And then a couple years later, I really started taking learning Blender seriously about 7 years ago. Um, yeah. Oh, hello, number 982 trademark. We're gonna move this again to make the swing a little bit faster. And we're gonna linger for a couple of frames. We're gonna linger down here. And we can probably move this keyframe a bit closer out here. Um, there's something about this I don't like. But I can't place my finger on it. So the hand swings down, wrist and all. I think what was throwing me off was having a bunch of these frames out here slowing it down. I think that's why it didn't look like it was supposed to. I think another thing we're missing is maybe like kind of a charge up, lack of better terms, where the arms don't just swing down immediately. I think that would help things. So that's what we're going to do. Let's move this out by a couple frames. I don't know. You know what? Another thing we need to do is it really needs to swing towards the center of the screen instead of on the side. So let's just try that and see what that looks like. I think that's going to look a lot better. Yeah. I think we got a good animation going here. See, a lot of it is so fast that if we try to add more details, I think those details are just going to be lost just because of how fast the animation is. But the other thing we want to consider is how fast do we really want this animation? Especially in comparison with the energy sword. So the same animation for the energy sword is 35 keyframes. I definitely want the crowbar to be shorter. And we're at 22, so that's probably good. Wham. Let's just add a tiniest. tiniest bit of movement right here on this first keyframe. I think we're good with this animation. If we really want to change things, we can always come back to it later. For now, let's select all of the bones, all of the keyframes, sample keyframes, delete this last keyframe, and let's export this out. And what is this one going to be? This one is also going to be a JMM file. Yeah, the elite animations are going to be pretty much the same. The only issue is that we have to animate them separately just because of the different uh, bone structure. They are going to have to be animated separately, unfortunately, but we can always just reference the Spartan animations. So the Spartan, once we get the Spartan animations done, the elite animations are going to be a lot easier. Okay, so let's go back. And we're going to do our airborne. So that's going to be melee lunge airborne. Um, I should add a monkey head on the base blend file, but I'll add one right now while I'm thinking about it. And I think for the airborne, we're going to swipe. We're going to swing left to right. Um, and so it's going to be 22 keyframes long. We will set the final keyframe before we forget again. Let's start this one. We won't have to do anything with the left arm for this one, I don't think, which is going to be nice, so we can just set it like down here. One thing I just thought about is that we're going to have to do third-person animations as well for this. I just thought of that. So this is not the only animation work we have to do. I'm going to open up the animation we just finished just so I can line up the keyframes. So we have a little charge up to frame 30. Um, they can be the same. Oh, for the third person animations? Um, they could be, but I think the timing would be off because my animations are like 10 frames shorter than the energy sword animations. Which might be an issue. Generally, you want the timing of the animations to sync up between first person and third person. I would imagine. Okay, I did set a keyframe. Um, was it lunge airborne? Yeah. Um, that was on keyframe 3 is when we started to swing down. And then it was keyframe 9 where the swing was completed. Yeah, that I mean it would probably be a negligible difference. Um, but there could be there is like certain timing when the damage is actually applied from my understanding like the damage is given on a certain frame of the animation and it might not if on the first person the swing is faster on the first person and not on the third person I could see there being some issues with that. Wham! Oh, that looks so good. Bang! Oh, oh, that looks so dirty. And then we linger until the 16th keyframe, and then we get our bearings. So we go to frame 16. So I'm loving that. I don't know about you guys, but I love how that animation turned out. You know what we forgot to do? We forgot to do the camera control, though. I was admiring my own work, and then I forgot to adjust the camera. But that's a very simple fix. That's gonna swing pretty hardcore. However, I don't want the crowbar to be showing. And I want to duplicate that keyframe. But so we're gonna move this. We're gonna rotate that out just a little bit more so it's out of frame. See, since this left arm is out of frame, we really don't have to worry about animating it at all, which is really nice. So let's save this, and we can, I didn't notice we didn't have our dope sheet, so let's sample keyframes, delete the final keyframe. Let's export this baby out. First person, melee lunge, airborne. And I believe that's going to be a JMM. Yep. Bang. Oh, it's so dirty and so good. I'm gonna pause real quick. I will be right back. I gotta do something important for my health. It'll just take like a couple of seconds. I basically gotta go take my medicine. So I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. So we have um we have probably our two most important animations done. Um what we'll worry about unnamed later. Let's do ready. First person ready. Just for a change of pace. That's going to be 54 frames on the energy sword. Um so let's open that up, that animation up for the energy sword, just to see what it looks like. Um, energy blade. And I think we're good in that department. Let's do ready. Um, oh, maybe we don't want to reference, because I forgot that the energy sword kind of turns on, if that makes sense. Like right here, you pull out the handle and then turn the energy sword on. So we may want to reference more of a um I don't know. Let's take a look at I don't think we would want to do gravity hammer, because from what I remember, the character, let's I'm trying to think. What about let's maybe we'll reference the flag. The ready animation for the flag is 25 keyframes long. That is considerably shorter than the energy sword. That's over half the time. So let's do that one, because I feel like the ready animation for our crowbar is going to be pretty short. Um, and yeah, I did export the flag JMS. For a second, I thought I was missing it. Import JMA, and so we're gonna look at flag. We're gonna look at ready. And I think we're good. Let's do perspective, field of view, 70, like the rest of them. It's going to be a child of camera control. And the camera does not look like it moves, so that's fine and good. Let's make sure I didn't just apply that twice. No, I didn't. And let's import the meat. The actual polygons. So the character raises up. Very simple animation. We're not going to have this grab right here. It's just going to be literally a simple raise. I have an idea. So let's open this up and let's get our good old Suzanne in here. And save it. So now we have our Suzanne every single time we make a new animation. And we'll, just to be on the safe side, we'll just make ours 25 as well. We want this to be the final keyframe, as always. And for this one, we do want to pay a little bit more attention to the left arm. But we'll bring it down. And we'll kind of have it look like it's coming from a fist. A little bit of a fist, just so there is some evidence of life, some movement in our Spartan. The great thing about Blender's animation tools is that we can move the keyframes so easily if we want to change the timing of certain actions. So we can just focus on the left arm for now. And so this is where it's going to end up. About right here, let's actually, oops, let's actually bring up the hand a bit farther than, so it, yeah, like that. Except that looks a little robotic. Maybe we should have it come from the side just a little bit. That's good, I think. Um, Now for the right arm. I have an idea of how we're going to pull it out. So we're going to have him pull it out as if he's getting it out from his, like, from his back. So it's gonna start like this. And then about right here, they're gonna pull it out from the side. So it's gonna be like this. So there's going to be a sweeping motion, kind of like, it's going to be both upward, but it's also going to come from the right side as well. Perhaps like this. Yeah. So you have that bouncing motion. That might be a little too strong. I don't know, maybe not. I kind of like how that looks. It's going to be a very short animation. Yeah, I like that. We're going to save this. We should have saved it before we did anything, but this will be first person, and what is it? First person ready. We'll save it. And as always, sample the keyframes, delete the last one, and then we'll export it. And I think it's going to be a JMM. I want it to be Halo 3. I think we're good. Wait. Wait a minute. Let's redo this. Let's make sure we sample all the keyframes. Because I realized I didn't have most of the bones selected. Now let's export it again. JMM. Okay. Wait, I forgot. I forgot to delete the final keyframe. Now we can export it. Not import, export. JMA, JMM. First person ready, JMM. Okay. So we got quite a bit of animations finished. So, let's do put away. Now, does the flag have a put away animation? It does have a put away animation. I was kind of not expecting that, to be honest. Let's save this as, flag ready. Let's take a look at the flag put away, because from what I remember, you just kind of throw down the flag. You don't put it away. So I'm kind of surprised that there is an animation for that. Flag. Import that dang JMA. Wow, there's no animation at all. Okay, there's no animation. I mean, it's a 4-frame animation. Let's take a look at the gravity hammer one then. Because I think the gravity hammer will be kind of what we're looking for. It'll be very similar. Gravity hammer. Where is gravity hammer? There it is. Put away. Okay, well, okay, so apparently we don't have to put a lot of effort into our put away animation. So that's good to know. Um, let's just make ours 6, like the gravity hammer. Um, and I guess all we need to do is just bring our arms down. Yeah. That's it. I guess that's all we need to do for put away. And I'm totally okay with that. The less work we have to do, the better. And just make sure, yeah, put away, put underscore away. Export JMA. I believe it will be a JMM. Very easy. So easy. Let's, maybe if we save it, we'll keep our dope sheet here. I think the next one I want to do is going to be, throw grenade. So let's take a look at, let's take a look at the energy sword grenade throw animation. Throw grenade. I just noticed that typo. It says set halo node pfix. Interesting. I like that. I like that typo. Pfix. Let's take a look and see if the camera bone does anything. Does not look like it, so I'm not even going to bother parenting the camera. So we're going to want this throw to be the same length. I'm pretty sure throw grenade is going to be the same length for any weapon, which is going to be 41 keyframes. And all of the action is going to be in the right arm. So we're going to start with the same keyframe that we end with. The same pose, I should say. So we'll focus on the easy arm, which is going to be the right arm, since there's not a whole lot of action going on. They clearly have done some inverse kinematic work here because the hand doesn't move very much. Is that an eye cable? No, that's the blades. That's the blades bone. So I guess around frame 9 we'll have the crowbar like moved out of the way. And we're already on frame 9. So we'll kind of go like, we'll move the wrist a little bit. So, and then about frame 23, we'll start to bring it back. Already on frame 23. What do you know? I did not set a keyframe for the wrist. Or the elbow. And we'll duplicate this keyframe to about 23. But we'll have it move just a little bit so it's not dead. So our character isn't dead. Like that. Maybe a little bit more movement. We don't want to move it very much at all. But we don't want that transition to go back. We want it around the middle between these two keyframes. We want the character to kind of come back a little bit. Let's see what that looks like. I don't like the upward movement, I don't think. That's good. I think we can work on the left arm now. So let's reference this. The arm just goes crazy right here. So we're gonna have around frame 5, we're gonna have the character reach down for the grenade. So let's go to frame 5. Reach for that grenade. Let's curl in the fingers as if the character is grabbing something. This action might be so fast that it doesn't matter. But, whatever. It'll actually help us later on in the animation that we already have this pose made, I believe. And I'm just going to select all of these and do that. And then frame 7, we want to raise this guy up. Oops, need to go to frame 7. How does that? Okay, so the arm is out to the side. So we'll raise it up. Bring the arm in. I mean the wrist is what I mean. I'll just select all these so we don't lose the pose on our fingers. You know what? I think we need to repose these fingers because they don't look like they're holding onto a grenade. Or like a ball. This thumb needs to break right here. Fingers need to be spread apart a bit more. That's probably good. Now, on frame 12, it's going to look like the arm is reaching out. And we're gonna flatten the fingers. And probably the easiest way to do that is select all the finger bones and just clear the rotations. I will give a little bit more attention to the thumb though. And perhaps the index finger. Really don't have to pay too much attention to it though. Um, and then frame 18, the hand's gonna go down. And the fingers are gonna curl back up a little bit. And the shoulder can come back. Can probably bend the elbow as well. And curl the fingers back. I think that's probably good. We might want to probably get a keyframe around here where the arm is like kind of back up. This is what I'll do. And then um ever so slightly just can we get a nya? No, I don't think I'd be comfortable doing that. Not right now at least. You should you should rewind the stream a little bit and look at some, or you can wait until the mod is released and see how the animations look. I gotta say, I did a pretty decent job with some of the attacking animations, if I may say so myself, my own work. Okay, I'm gonna call this animation finished. This is first person throw grenade. I didn't save again. Imagine if Blender crashed and I lost all that work. I better save it right now and not jinx myself. First person throw grenade. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I know I'm biased, but I am liking how this is turning out. I think it's gonna be good. Let's export this out now. We finished this animation. Throw grenade is a JMM animation. You know, one thing we could do is we can compile the animations we finished into a model animation graph right now and see how it looks. Just preview it. Maybe we'll do that. Because we got a good portion of the animations finished. So let's do that. I'm going to save this as throw grenade. So yeah. Okay, so let's do that. Let's just go ahead and let's just start making the weapon tag. Why not? Let's go to tags and let's create, let's start creating our tags directory right now. So we're gonna want to do have a good night, Taco Man. It is getting pretty late for me. It's getting close to 11, so we are going to wrap it up here in a little bit. I would very much like to get this, kind of get this tag started. So it's going to be objects, weapons, melee, and crowbar. Um, so now we have to think about how this is going to be imported. Um, it's going to be in the data directory. And I think we have to create a folder structure just like this. Um, so it's going to be Orion, um, objects, weapons, melee, crowbar, um, this part might be a little confusing. I think we have to have like a render folder and then a physics folder and then collision folder. Um, let's do tool. Let's get tool going. Let's see what all the commands are. Uh, is it compile? No, compile shader. Bulk import, that's what it is. Bulk import model folder, is that what it is? It says JMI file though. Let's just try it. And if it doesn't work, then that's fine. Um, physics. I think we gotta do it like this. Physics, collision, and then render. Um, then we gotta do FP crowbar. Um, it's not going to import with the shader right away, and that's totally fine. We can always re-import things. Well, we want to do, We're going to copy collision in here. We're going to rename it Crowbar collision. We'll copy physics. And render, which will be this. And we'll just call this crowbar. No, we want the FP crowbar. We want this. There. I totally lost my place. FP crowbar. Actually, just so it doesn't freak out, let's actually let it import the shaders. Why not? And we're going to need to go back to the tags folder. And, I think it's under scenery. No, it's not. Equipment? No. Gear. Human. Industrial. Let's get that crowbar. Where's the shader? Shader. Crowbar. We'll copy this. And, I don't think we need to copy the bitmap, though. So, let's do bulk import model folder. And let's see what the, oops. Tool, bulk, import, model, folder. And let's see what the syntax is. Yep, a folder containing render, physics, or collision subfolders you wish to import. So, yeah. So it's going to be data, Orion, objects, weapons, melee, crowbar. Was not able to find data paths, so we probably typed in maybe we don't need to include. Yep. Okay, we got a warning, but let's just see what happened. Orion, let's see what it gave us. Okay. So we got our models and stuff. Now we need to do our first person render model. So what is the command we need? I think it's just going to be bulk render. Okay. Um, that's going to be Orion objects weapons melee crowbar FP crowbar FP crowbar dot JMS. Or we probably don't need to include the extension. I don't think that did anything. No, it didn't. So let's try it with the extension this time. That didn't do anything either. And I'm wondering if there has to be a special... We might just need to do render. I think what we need to do is that we just need to put this in a render folder. Let's just do the same thing. No, let's do render and then objects, weapons, melee, crowbar, FP, crowbar. Need to do... Let's do draft, I guess. Okay. Okay. It's it's doing it. Um, let's close out of tool now. Should we go ahead and make the weapon? We might want to do new. Weapon? I have no idea if this is the right way to do it, but we do need to make the I forgot to do the animations. So let's open tool again. Now where can we do animations? I saw one for FP model animations. Okay. Is it with dashes and not underscores? Yeah. Oh. Okay. We got to do a little bit more structuring. Um, FP. Um, what I'm wondering here is can we just use the render model tag, or do we have to have the JMS? And I'm thinking we have to have the JMS. And if we do, then it's not that big of a deal. FP Crowbar. And I think we got to do an animations. And then we put our animations in here. JMM. Why did put away export as a JMA? Whatever. And where's throw grenade? Um, we gotta do render though. So render and then render a directory of the matching weapons. So I think we're all set up. So if we do tool, FP, model, animations, this is going to be a really long command here. And then character directory containing the render directory. It's just going to be FP. And then uh-oh, I was in tags. Uh-oh, stinky. That's an easy fix though. We can just cut that and put it in. I'm glad I caught that. Okay, let's cross our fingers. 0 errors. We have 1 warning, but oh, and the warning's nothing. The warning isn't any problem on our end. So that's good. Feeling good about it now. I'm feeling good. Let's look at yep, FP Crowbar model animation graph. Okay. So oh, we got to do crate object. Oh gosh. Do we need to no, we don't need to. Uh let's take a look just for reference. Okay, we don't need a crate model. Let's save as um Crowbar. And let's save it. now we want to give this the crowbar model. Sweetener size. What is sweetener size? Water density? Well, it's not made out of water, so I guess... Oh. Let's do sinker, since it's just solid metal. I don't know what sweetener size means. Um... We don't have any attachments. Um... We don't have any pickup messages or anything, so we are not going to have that available to us. Um... Sorry that I'm a little silent right now. This is just taking a lot of thought. Um... There's the animation graph. We don't have any HUD. Um... I guess we'll just do that crowbar. And it's melee. Let's save. This is probably going to be an important part, except let's take a look at not a rifle, but a melee weapon like the energy sword. Um let's do I think we're gonna find what we need under, yeah, damage effects. Um, we want this to be more akin to the assault bomb. I don't think we want it to be a one-shot, though. That'll be way too overpowered. Um, I guess we can do strike. And then by the way, I have no idea what any of this stuff does. I'm just kind of doing it as I think it makes sense. We want lunge melee though, and this is going to be dash, I believe, is what we want to do. Um, let's do flag melee damage just for now. I guess I have no idea how you add your own. We don't need to worry about auto aim or any of that stuff. I do want to put the crowbar on the back and not on the thigh. So let's take a look at the assault rifle weapon and see how they have that marked. That's going to be weapon back. Let's save. I think the final thing we should probably change. Well, let's change AI scariness real quick. Let's do that to like 4. Same as the assault rifle. Maybe even a 2. And then um there was one more thing I saw. Here, item scale settings. That's what I was looking for. I think we're gonna do all of these like that. Detonates when dropped, hold triggers when dropped, doesn't blah 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 blah. Um, let's test this out. There's a good chance that it's gonna crash. There's a good chance that the first person model is gonna be like way somewhere else and we have to change the offset of it. Um, let's open up Sapien. Let's do chill. Why not? Let it load. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Maybe, I don't know if Narrows is the best map to test on. And I know I should probably be using tag test, but I actually don't know how to use tag test. um, I should probably figure out how to use it. That's something I'll work on tomorrow before I stream. Just figure out how to use tag test. Oh, it takes so long to load. While it loads, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Um, here's moment of truth. Um, part one is, and that's gonna be, can we? Oh man, it's been a while since I've done this. Objects. What is it in? Items, weapons, yeah. Edit types. And we're gonna add. We're gonna add our weapon. There it is. And we add it. And we say crowbar, and oh my god, there it is. There it is. And it's working. The physics is working. Let's pick up this battle rifle. And then how do I, what is the hold E to swap. Okay, so I'm holding E. And it's not giving me the prompt. And I can't pick it up. So let's see what the potential problem is. Is it because we need a HUD interface? What if we give it, what if we just give it any old HUD interface? And where would we find that? It's under UI. It looks like UI, C HUD. Let's give it energy sword, I suppose. It's gonna be energy blade. Or let's give it golf club. Let's save it. I don't think that was the issue. Um, it seems like it had to have a bounding radius for some reason. No. Um, let's just copy this over. Let's try this. I don't think this is gonna change anything, but just add in a new crowbar. No. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna do anything. Um, um, weapon? Save? No. Um, let's just... This isn't gonna fix it, but let's just do that. Um, is it because we have to have a pickup message? What if we do, no. I don't know what's going on. Huh. I'm gonna take a look at Discord real quick and see what I can find. Um, so I'll kind of pause it for a little bit, not pause it, but um, go to Discord. Um, so I'm going to reset the map real quick and see what happens if I go over the weapon without picking up anything else, and it doesn't pick up. Okay, never mind. Um, I have a idea. So this is what I meant. I don't have a weapon in my second slot, and when I try to pick the weapon up, it doesn't work, so I kind of have an idea. And it's a silly idea. Maybe it's not silly, but what if we just open this and we take the energy blade weapon and we just copy it? Um, let's call this Crowbar test. And let's change everything to our stuff. And Ryan? Oh, wrong thing. Um, let's do weapon back. Now let's try this. Let's delete that. And let's add our crowbar test. And we're gonna get some errors. Oh my gosh. Well, yeah. The question is I'm trying to attack and nothing's happening. I'm trying to swing. Oh, and the throw. We didn't do throw equipment. That's right. So I kind of want to know why I can't swing it. The animation, look at the animation. The animation doesn't look very good. We'll have to redo it, and that's fine. And the weapon throwing animation didn't look quite right, or the grenade throwing animation, I should say. So let's take a look at it. Okay. Well, this might be a good stopping place for tonight. It's pretty late, and I don't think there's much else we can do tonight. You can see the bump map working there. We definitely need to make a specular map on this thing. You can see the attack animation working in third person, but the first person one isn't working. Oh, wait a second. 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 Um, there we go. So it has to be aiming. That's right. I'm glad I got that error message on the bottom left. You have to be aiming at an enemy. That animation could be a little better. This one is fine. The camera control is working. One thing we need to do is we need to fix the offset just a little bit. Um, there's a way to change the offset of the first person render model. Um, at least I think there is. I thought it would have been in the render model. Here it is, first person weapon offset. Um, let's do one, see what happens. Okay, it's way far out, so that's what we need to do. So it's going to be 0.001 maybe? Needs to be out quite a bit more. Let's try that. That's pretty close to where we want it. It might be a little too far out, so maybe like that. Let's find some more grenades. I don't know if the grenades respawn. Wait, we got some arm clipping there. You see that? That's something we're gonna have to fix. The shoulder is clipping into the camera a little bit. I wish the grenades would respawn so I can look at the grenade animation a bit more. Um, so we do need to adjust some weapon stuff. I mean, animation, I'm so tired right now, it's 12:04. This animation can just use a little bit more power, maybe. Wait, the closer... No. It seems... I think it's the lunge effect. The farther away, the more dramatic the effect is. So that's something we need to fix, is the shoulder on this animation. This animation needs to be fixed. Anyway, I better end it there because it's late and I'm just gonna keep swinging at this brute if I don't stop it. So oh, let's I don't know how to get rid of these errors, but It's it's backwards. Anyway, um thanks for watching. I may stream tomorrow um to continue working on this. Um we may take a break from this weapon and we may work on some grunt permutation kind of stuff, making some new grunt armors. So we might do that tomorrow. Kind of depends on if I can kind of get stuff for the crowbar figured out a little bit better. Um just to shake things up a little, keep things varied. But that is if I do stream tomorrow. I may be a little busy tomorrow, so we'll see. But thanks for watching, and I'll just close it out right here. So see you later.